tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky, from the valley to the ride, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise, tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Frost, flood, hail, thaw, I just dance to what I'm dealt. Oh yeah. You can tell me what I should do, but this land decides itself. Weather is the boss out here, not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Great dawn breath, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah. Red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky, from the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw.
Good morning. Yeah, let's get the party started here. I think we got everything here we need. Then yeah, plan today is kind of try to maybe first then go up there, start from the higher end and work your way down this way. Might be able to finish all this today. I mean, there shouldn't really be that much to cut there. We'll see how much there is when you go there, but there could even be some areas which don't really need anything. We shall see, but we got the base camp here at the big birch, so we should be able to find our way back to base camp. Fuel here, I think. Yep, pretty much a full fuel tank. Then we can just fire up. Oh, hearing protection. I guess hearing protection would be good. Hearing protection could be kind of useful. Yeah, we did a bit here already, but should go up here somewhere. Probably go like there and then try to go to the corner there. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, we should go that way. try to finish. I think we did this area roughly here to our right. You kind of climb up the hill and then go back and forth. Or at least try to go this way. Don't need to climb the hill all the time up and down. Just get there up once. Yeah, here's not much need to be done here. Now we started roughly 9:15. So then we don't know that. Yeah, the pines we can leave slightly thicker in some places because I'm still afraid of the moose. Otherwise you could thin them even out. But yeah, some wind today, but it's gonna be a hot one today, I think. Sun's not really our friend today, it's kind of too hot. Oh yeah, look at this, 4 spruces in one. Usually it's 2 or 3, but I guess we can take some small ones here, but bigger pines should be safe here, technically at least. But you never know what the moose is gonna do. Moose is gonna moose. There's an active anthill. But yeah, here we got mostly spruce, so we can just mow everything down. And we did the other side there, but we'll see if there's anything to do up here. At least it's a little bit less dense here. It's not like the jungle that we did last time. Sometimes you can just walk a little bit and just cut like 1 tree here and there. Not an impenetrable jungle, which is nice. down there we did last time. Here very close to the border there's not much to do here. You can just see if there's like, sometimes there's like a few trees very close to each other. But for the most part we just check through this. Border should be right there before the big trees. Yeah, the first like from the border, the first 5 meters, we don't need to do almost anything. It's, I guess that big forest shades the thing, so there's not that much growing here at all, which is kind of interesting. Like the birches usually grow everywhere, but here you can see we don't need to do almost anything. Now we should go back and forth like this, I think. Work our way that way. Basically ready all the way to there now. At least there's a little bit of shade here now. If we work this way when the sun is there. Not much shade, but maybe a little bit. This one, it's nice, but hello there online. Yeah, so this pine looks good and then it switches top there, but we're gonna leave it. It's like bigger, but it's very bad when it for some reason it decided to grow a big like crook there, big. That's a fab cutter, doesn't look like it kicks back. Yeah, it's pretty good. Like as long as you have the blade sharp, then it cuts pretty well, but if you cut with this sector here, then it will kind of like kick this way. So you should kind of avoid that, but yeah. As long as the blade is sharp, it's very good. Good for smaller type trees like this. There's definitely some moose damage here, but it's gonna be okay. We can leave some pine, some birch here. Should be some sort of some sort of a forest in the future. This pine here also looks like it's a double. No, it's not a double top, it's just two trees. Two trees very close to each other. Can we cut the one without destroying the other? Could be hard, they're so close. Very close to each other. Rocks sticking out. Yeah, you don't want to cut. That's why I leave, like, it's better to leave a little longer stump. If you try to be too greedy and cut very close to the ground, then yeah, you just have to sharpen your blade all the time. You can try to cut it up here somewhere. Just get it snapped off. Maybe. Yeah, that's gonna work. Might look weird, but I don't want to cut down there. Then I'm gonna cut the other trees like better there. So it's good to do that. But yeah, that's definitely one thing you learn pretty quickly when you do this. Do not try to cut a very short stump. Then you spend the whole day sharpening the blade and don't get anything done. Just cut where you see that there's no rock. But yeah, as long as blade is sharp and you have like max RPM, it cuts pretty good. And this is like a pretty old brush cutter. It's not like you can get the models with a lot more power. This one is a pretty like, it's like on the smaller end, but yeah, as long as you have a sharp blade, it does good. Oh yeah, the border should be right here somewhere. It's kind of hard to judge where it is even here, but should be right there. Don't want to go in on neighbor's side. Yeah, border should be somewhere here. I need to, at some point I could check. I have like I can see, but I think it goes right there somewhere. Border. Looks sharper than chainsaw without bending down. Like the teeth are, it's not like a chain, of course, it's like a blade, but the actual teeth are, it's a little bit similar to a chainsaw actually. A little bit similar, but still different. But yeah, I think this is how far we need to go. That's younger trees over there. So now we can go here and then we go back. Or something like that, I think, yeah. Over there it's younger forest. But yeah, this would definitely be way harder with a chainsaw. When you do bigger trees, then chainsaw is better. But for small stuff like this, then this one is way easier. Still very physical, still not easy, but easier than a chainsaw. Yeah, maybe we can do a little bit here. It's like, yeah, we're up on the hill here, so we can do a bunch here, so we don't need to walk up and down the hill all the time. Probably easier to go there and then go here and then go back there and then go down the hill. Then we kind of finish this up here on the hill. Yeah, we'll do a little bit here, then we go back down. Okay, have a good rest of your day. Leave. Cut. Try to figure out the logic. Yeah, I'm not mowing everything down, even though it seems like it. Maybe we'll try to leave the best trees to grow. Cut down the damaged or the ones that are too close to each other. Trees can be friends, but we don't want the friends to be too close. Not too close to each other. Then they're gonna just damage each other. What do we want to leave here? Maybe this one, yeah, a little smaller one. The other ones were like too big almost. Yeah, now we're to the big rock, then we can go here and then. Now we're on done 15 minutes, 20 minutes, yeah. Probably work a little bit more up here, then when the fuel tank starts to run empty, then we go down the hill. Then it's all downhill from there. Leave this one. Maybe leave the pine here. It's kind of bigger, but the other one is not so ugly as this one. So sometimes you can cut down the slightly bigger one if the smaller one is pretty like that. But for the most part we want to leave the like biggest ones, but sometimes also other things than size matter. I think up here we actually did plant some pine, but a bunch of it has been eaten by some animals. There's some left, but quite a bit has been destroyed. There's a nice one. This is not nice. I believe this is like a little pit here. You can see this a little, seems like a gravel pit, and this is like an old gravel pit, I think. They used to take like rapakivi. It's like one form of, it's like a rock, but it's very crumbly. I think one of those were here because this looks very suspicious otherwise. Kind of like a big hole in the ground all of a sudden. I think that's what this is. Old gravel pit. Back from the horse times, when they used horses. Pine would be kind of good here. And we need to mow down most of the birches. Then we need to get out of the hole here also. Kinda in a dip. There's a okay pine. Need this birch. Could leave the pines, but we'll leave birch. Birches seem to grow okay here also. There, then we go back there. We still do more here. We've done not even half an hour. We can do even more here. Then we go back there. Nope, this way. You can see that was destroyed, this is destroyed. Our friend Moose has been around. This one is not destroyed. Gotta look up, see that the tree is not broken. Otherwise a broken tree. Some say you should leave them, but I think these bigger birches are kind of safe here, so we can mow down the crappy ones. pine looks okay, then there's a nice birch. Maybe we can take the birch out here and leave the pine. Looks fine there. And yeah, destroyed one. There's a lot of destroyed birches here, even from the moose. Usually it's mostly pine, but we've seen like at least 10 birches destroyed here also. Here's like a rapakivi, I think. So it's like a rock, but you can see it's very like crumbly. But this is good gravel if you need nature's own gravel. That one and that one. I guess this one also goes. Should not go too much. This is the. We'll probably do this area next year maybe. This area down here is the younger forest. I think we already came up the hill quite far here, so there should definitely not be too much to go this way here. Not too much. I don't see any fallen trees yet, but should probably not be too far away. Very rocky again in this area. Go up and down half a meter all the time. Try to look a little bit where you put your foot. Maybe this. Do not. Okay, after this here, I mean, this should hopefully be more flat, slightly easier. Kind of mountain climbing here. Oh yeah, even this is destroyed. Or there's nothing else there, so we'll leave this, but even that top is snapped off. There's a lot of them right here. Damn moose. Damn you, moose. Leave. Ah, that's destroyed there also. All the bigger ones are destroyed, or a lot of them. Just try to find the whole ones. Woohoo. Hot stuff, hot stuff. Don't know from which direction the wind is blowing, but don't really feel the wind here. Hopefully we feel it more later today. Otherwise it's gonna be a hot one. Now I feel something. Wind is very good today. The more wind, the better. Do we wanna leave this? Yeah, this one looked good from this side, but even this one has shifted tops, so it's not the best. Try to fell it somewhere here so we don't need to walk over it later. It's kind of hard. We could try to get it over there maybe. That's a good spot. Then we'll finish what's up here. Go this way back, and then next time we can go there in the lower part. Then we don't need to walk up here in this more dangerous area. That's a big birch there. Seemed like also no damage on, which is nice. Very nice. Here you can see both birches top off. So better to leave this one and this one even. These are like completely destroyed. They're not dead by any means, but you will never have more than 2 meters of like a good log. Then there's always going to be the big 90-degree turn there, which is very bad. Even the third one. Well, there's at least the pines are spared so far. Guess we'll leave them there. A little bit up there. Then we can go down the hill, yeah. Check tops. Look good. Double top, not the best. There's nothing else, so I guess this one could almost be better. But we'll leave it for now. Yeah, now we're done up here. Up in the corner. And start work our way back here and then back and forth until we feel like we need to go and refuel. A lot of moose damage there. It hasn't ruined the most important part, like the tree is still straight up, but a bunch of eating has happened. We might leave the trees a little bit closer here, since there seems to be a lot of moose pressure here. So there's a little bit of like, if some trees get destroyed, then there's still others to take up the place. Here these pines are safe from the moose, but this one already is destroyed. That one is safe, this one should be safe, this one is safe. This one looks okay, that it's split up there, so that's not the best. Maybe there's enough of the big ones that some of them can end up being like really good quality then in the future. Quite a few of them are a little bit not the best quality, but leave the best. That's the only thing we can really do. Yeah, this one, as you can see, huge twist there. Not the best. But yeah, at least here, most of the pines seem to have survived here, but it's definitely some quality loss here. As farmers say, I guess, it is what it is. Make the best of it. Now we come down to the more spruces. Here we planted like pine on the hill, more pine ground, and then at the bottom here we planted spruce. But yeah, as you can see, the spruce, like that's the thing with the spruce, that's why we put a bunch of spruce, because, or plant a bunch of spruce, because you can see no spruce is ever damaged by the moose. They really don't like the spruce. Moose crap. There's one thing is sure, we don't see a moose every day we walk here, but you do see moose crap and moose like sleeping pads. Every day I come here. Literally every day. There's definitely some moosing around here. Some moosies around. somewhere in there. Spruce. But yeah, spruces are growing nicely here. Easy to cut here. Just remove everything except the spruces, and then if there's like a hole, then you can leave something else. But the spruces have survived pretty well. Maybe in a place like this here I can leave the birch, for example, or the pine, or even both almost. And there's like a little opening like this. But for the most part, just mowing down. That's fine, we can leave. It's still gonna be a nice mixed forest here also. Just you don't need to think that much. The spruces have been planted kinda. If they all survive, then you don't need to leave much more. Others here and there. Okay, here is also flat ground, like if it all would be like this, then we could do over half a hectare per day easy. But yeah, I guess it should be quite easy here. Down there it might be harder, but at least a little bit faster today. Now we've done like 40 minutes. Yeah, we should probably, we can head up once more there and come back, and then we go to the, I guess our break area should be close to, it's close to that birch, so work our way down the hill. And we can leave this one here, because it grew a lot, but the branches have been destroyed, but the tree trunk is still straight. That's kind of what I'm looking for. If some branches have been eaten, it's fine, as long as the top of the tree hasn't been eaten, because then the tree is gonna make a branch into a new top, and then you have the bend in the tree, which is not good. Not what you're really looking for. I guess that pine is fine there. Kind of want to leave this birch, but probably should cut it. And there we were, that's good. There's a little open and then we can go this way. This way a bit, I guess. Now it's all fell down. Leave. Walk on the rocks. The range should be easier here. Here we'll leave. I guess that's 2 trees. I thought it was one ugly. Still wanna mow. It's like all twisted. We leave this one, that one. And we can leave this one, maybe even that one, and mow this down, leave this. It's almost a bigger one, but it's kind of, this one is of course not nice, but the other one even is kind of twisty. Drop them over there. And leave. I guess we'll leave the 3 big ones. It's kind of close. Almost too much to leave. Guess it's pretty fine. Here we'll leave that one. Then up the hill there we don't need to go. That's finished. But we can go down here a bit. Here it should be again flatter terrain, less to cut. Should be a lot faster here. Hopefully a little bit easier. Here's a bunch of raspberries again. We can look. Is there any raspberry berries? Not yet. There's some starts right there. Leave. Mow all this down. You kind of have to look up here because sometimes at the height of like 2 meters, that's where the moose likes to break the tree. Kind of gotta see that the trees we leave would be best if they would not be destroyed already now. So. I guess we're done 1 hour soon. We should head out here, then we head back down. Should have a little bit of fuel left. go around this rock. Big rock has split here. Incredible what nature can do sometimes. Look at this. Big rock just cracked in half. Big powers of nature working there. Are we taking too much if we go up here? I guess there's a big drop off here. We should probably try to do this up here all at once. Then we can do the low side from the other side. Hit that one, so now we kind of need to cut it down. I would have wanted to leave that, but it's okay. Should be a one here close by. It's only accidental hit. Two trees in one. They're close to each other. Leave. And we mow all this basically down. Very clear here where the border is. It's like a huge wall of trees and then a more open area. Oh, the wind is coming in from there, that's nice. Open it up to get the air inside here. Yeah, there can't be much down there to do anymore. I think next tank of gas we might get through all that. And almost see through where we came up the last time there. What's here? Can't see. Pretty rocky here. Sometimes the terrain is really hard and then 10 meters forward it's really easy. Something almost hit my eye still, even if I have my protective glasses. What the hell? It hit like the cap or something. I got the protective glasses, but it must have like hit my face and gone up underneath the glasses or something. Something hit my eye a bit there. Little piece of wood probably. Yeah, you really don't want to do this without eye protection. Sometimes things fly off. Yeah, I'm glad we don't need to climb up there. Very steep in this very position here. There's a pine in there, but it does not look good. We'll probably use some birch instead. Got one. Not a pretty one, but the best one we got. I guess there's a little bush there. Might need to be cleared out a little bit. Might need to go up there once. Come down here. So you kind of even have to plan like where you go. It's so rough you don't want to climb like unnecessary over these rocks. Sometimes you need to climb a little bit though. Try to at least minimize the climbing. That one kind of shaky tree, but I guess it's okay. Go back here. I got that place. Almost looks like I left that. There's a few smaller ones here. There, and then we should go back. Start heading back to the break area. We've done like an hour now, so we shouldn't have too much fuel left. inside the spruces here, I guess. There, here it's kind of open. Yeah, this is the best case scenario, and after like 8 years from the planting, I think I brush cut this once before, but even then there was almost nothing here. You can see now, not too much to work here. The trees, oh, there's just a few where there's like trees very close to each other. So hopefully there's as much as that today as possible. Then there's some spots like this. There's a thicket. A thicket of trees. That's good. Cut the branch just so we can walk forward. Find some. Okay, this right here is easy. Easier work. Yeah. How the hell is that one? It's like pretty flat ground. You only need to cut down a few trees here and there, pretty easy to spot which ones to count down. Don't need, or which ones to leave. Don't need to do a huge amount of brain work. Just systematically go through some areas. One pine there, it's kinda, they're pretty close to each other there, but for diversification. Now this is good. But we got a decent bit done with this tank of gas. I think probably at least 0.1 hectares, if not over. That's pretty good. I've been doing like 0 in the dense areas down there. We've been doing probably 0.3 hectares per day. Yeah, one. We should run out soon, so we should head back there. I think the break area is close to this like dying big birch. So if we go down there now, break, fuel up, come back up here, the next tank we can finish a lot down this way, I think. Stepped on a tree when it's on a slope and very close to falling down. As close as you can get without actually falling down. Yeah, here is not much. We should do a bunch with next tank, I guess. Spruces are growing nicely here, not too much to cut down. Just walk through it and check the areas. This spruce has some sort of leaning disease here, so we'll leave the birch here. I wonder what happens to this spruce. Where's the trunk even go? Can't cut it if I don't see anything. Oh yeah, there's a trunk. Yeah, this is not too tough here. There's a little bit there. The spruces are also really big here. Good ground here. It seems like. Little open area here. There was probably like a bunch of branches here. Maybe it's full of big rocks, but there will eventually be some trees here. Or then it can be like a little opening like this. It's kind of nice to have that in some places. There's probably some reason why we didn't plant trees here. Maybe a big pile of branches from the clear cutting. Now what is going on here? There's a spruce, a little spruce, and there's a couple of birches. I think we'll leave the birch here. It's growing maybe better there. Yeah, up here we did. That's a pine there. I want to climb up there though. It's like inside the spruce there, but I guess it's fine. Out of fuel. So it lasted it lasts about 120. One tank of gas. Brake area should be 20 meters in that direction. Next tank we come up here. Finish this off. Yeah, it's hot today. There is some wind, but it is for sure a warm day. Warm day. Here we got a bunch of aspen trees here. Guess they can grow here if there's nothing else. Nothing else growing right here. Yeah, there's our canister of fuel, and we can work our way this way the whole day here. Maybe push through all this here on this side, depending on how, when we run out of liquids or run out of energy. Would be nice with a few more days with cold weather, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Ants on our bottles. And of course, not a cloud in the sky. Always predict like, yeah, it's gonna be a little cloudy. When we're out doing this, it's usually never a cloud in the sky. There is some wind at least, which should make us feel a little better. Blade is still good. We can, at some point today, we can sharpen a little bit, I guess. But for now, it seems good. And we'll do another tank of gas, then we'll take food break. Don't really want to remove the hearing protection even now, because then you hear the bugs and then it's a lot worse. Now it's nice and quiet when I have hearing protection on. There's no bugs. At least I don't hear any bugs. And yeah, we got battery life. Yeah, another tank. How's the picture been? Has it been cutting out a lot or not? I think today, when we're up here on the hill higher, it's probably better than down there in the low spot. So it should be working pretty good today. Better than last time, I guess. Hello, Jim. Yeah, we're continuing brush cutting here in good weather. It's kind of warm, but it's nice weather in a way, but yeah, for this job it's on the hot side. See this. But yeah, today we're working a little bit easier area here. There's not as much, it's not like a complete jungle like down there. It's a little bit more manageable. Some places you can even walk and you only have to cut down like a few trees. So it's a lot better today. We probably have done all the worst parts down here almost. Then there's this side, and this side that doesn't have, it's not nearly as bad here. Just needs a little work. But yeah, we refueled. We'll do another tank of gas, then we'll take lunch break. Now it started like it should. First pull. Then need to yank on it like a crazy guy. Yeah, so here here's a pretty large area, that's pretty easy. We don't almost need to do anything for this area here. But we'll go up there and try to finish that now. Then there's quite a easy area here in the middle. Very few trees needs to be cut down. Maybe there's one there. Yeah, this is not bad at all here. But we stopped somewhere here, I think. Didn't we like run out of fuel mid-tree somewhere? It's not here, it was maybe more this way. Yeah, so if it's like that, then that's not too bad. Just a little thick place, and then you can walk a bit. Then you again take a few down. Triple one. Triple tree. Some places like here we can even leave, this is like some aspen trees. We can leave some aspen to grow even. In places. Here's the old trees there. Some of these were really big. Hopefully these new ones grow to this same size. Big tree, big tree. Yeah, we were in there and ran out of fuel mid-tree, I think. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Then we just go up here somewhere. A little bit more this way, then we should head up. Upstream after that. Okay, we were here. Go this way. Yeah, this is not bad at all. It's a little bit more dense here, but this middle part is... This is good, this feels good. Goes a little bit faster here. Look around here and leave the trees like that. Those are the main things when we have like two really close to each other. Those we want to remove. Yeah, stuff has room to fall here. Here it's pretty clear, like the birch is slightly bigger, but the spruce might have taken some damage there. We're gonna remove the birch still, even though it's maybe a tiny bit bigger now, but the spruce is still, I think it will recover here. But these are really what we're going for when it's like this. You don't want this when you produce quality timber. Better like this. Then we get to the more mixed area. Here we can start leaving birch, pine, all kinds of stuff. First remove the clear ones. Then we'll see what we can leave. I'll leave the pine, one birch we can leave here. Needs to go down. Now it's like roughly 2 meters from tree to tree, but it's not a precise science, as you can see. Just eyeballing that basically the trees have room to grow. That's the goal. Did we do everything up to here? I think this looks like it's done up here. This is fine. We'll just go this way. Yeah, we've done here already. So we can head now, go back and forth like this, so we don't need to walk up and down the hill as much. Gonna try to move mostly along the hillsides. And it's a little bit easier. Less climbing. Yeah, let's go here first. Here where the forest is, there's some bigger trees, then there's a little bit of shade. which feels good. If it's like 20 degrees in the sun today, or in the shade, and in the sun it's probably like 30 degrees. So it's a lot better even if you can find like a little bit of shade. A little bit of shade like this and it's already better. Side hill here, and these pine branches are sometimes all over the place. Oh yeah, is it a double tree? Oh yeah, it's a double tree. Want to remove the one that is uglier, which is probably, neither one is perfect, but maybe the one in front is a little better. Other one has like a big turn like there. This one has like a branch like that there. Kinda hard to tell which one we should leave and which one we should cut. I think we're gonna leave the one in the back maybe. Yeah, it's not perfect one, the one in back either, but it's almost, yeah, this is good. It's almost, in the first thinning you can definitely remove this one. This is like not a pretty tree, but for now we can leave it. And I think when the trees are this size, these should be safe from the moose. So here we can kind of thin it normally. Where they were smaller, I kind of left a little extra, I would say. But yeah. It wouldn't be wrong to remove that other ugly tree either. This one looks pretty good here. But yeah, in some places here it's like almost like a proper, well here it's birch, but here it's almost only pine here. So it's gonna be a nice mixed forest, I think, in the future. I'm pretty happy with how this forest turned out so far. From this point on it should really grow, and we don't need to do too much work here other than at some point then start to harvest some trees and actually sell some things. In the beginning it's only this, like you're basically managing the stand. You don't get much income or any income yet, but it's kind of, this is kind of an investment for the future. Have better trees in the future. You can definitely just leave it like this. You can see so many places when you drive along the roads where somebody does like a clear cut and then they just leave everything. Just leave it for 30 years. There will be some sort of forest then also, but the quality will be bad, and it will be a lot of this birch, which is kind of the least valuable tree. Like both the pine and the spruce are more valuable, so it's gonna lose out on a lot of like future value if you just leave it. But you're not breaking any laws if you just leave it. That's, I guess, good with forest owning in Finland. You can kind of do whatever you want. You can do this if you want. You can also just leave it if you want. The only laws are basically if you do clear cut, then you need to like make sure there's a new forest. There's like some rules that you have to do. How you treat your stand, then it's kind of free hands. Free hands, what you want to do. Leave these. It's kind of tight here. Should probably these 4 trees here. I guess we can leave them, but that's definitely like pretty tight. Pretty high amount of trees right there. Might not seem like it's too much right now, but when I do this for the following 10 years, I should not have to come back and do anything here. So I'm leaving a room for now and for the next 10 years of growth, which is usually quite significant. This pine again splits into 2 there, so not the best quality, but it's the best we can leave there, I think. For the trends, thank you for the follow. Goldzilla, thank you for the follow. Is it Goldzilla the gold miner? If it is, then thank you very much for follow. I also follow your channel. Very good channel about gold mining. Very nice to see actual live footage instead of just shows like Gold Rush and stuff where they show the edited stuff. Do I cut both those birches? Kind of a decision here. Smaller pine we could leave. But of these birches, of course, one has to go. We'll take this one. And we'll leave all three. Kind of dense again there, but should be mostly fine. Then we work through our way. This, yeah, it's a little bit denser here, but again, it should only be this like hillside. Then it's probably gonna be easier again. Like when we started there, we didn't need to do too much cutting there. Opens up here again, so a little bit of a ticket right here. Try to do all this now probably. And when we go back we have some more roomy room. Leave, 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 leave. Goes, goes, goes. And here we have a choice. We have like 6 trees. Is the pine destroyed? Kinda is. So then we'll leave a birch. This pine is fine though. Same with that one. This one, slightly damaged. This one, I guess we can leave it. Not the best tree I've ever seen. For sure not the best tree I've ever seen, but okay-ish. Yeah, like this is easy when the wind is pushing. When you fell in a direction, there's always, every tree falls down, looks nice. Sometimes it's better like this, and sometimes you really struggle in the bush. Yeah, this is easy stuff. Oh yeah, here I see it. We have cut some trees, so we came up to here, I think. So we'll finish get through this now, I think. Then we're all the way, then we just go back and forth in the middle here. That's what we got left then. So we'll try to finish this completely through here so we don't leave like a few, just a few trees left, then we're back and forth here. That side looks good there, and then there's a little open area. Now this is finished here. And we just go back with a slice. Destroyed. Double top. Not the best quality here for sure. Leave this, we'll leave, or is it 2 trees? I think it's 1 tree that's split into 2. Yeah, that's not the best. Probably leave the birch and cut the pine down then instead. The thing you can also sometimes do is like cut one of the tops off and leave the other. I guess we could try to do that here. It's not really the best thing to do, but I guess we could try that here. Like that. Now it's, at least from there up it's good. But of course the really low part is not the best. Here's some good pines here. These are in good shape for the most part. Except that one which is leaning heavily here. Like that, leave the couple in the middle, then we can leave 3 there. Here's some sort of, probably a lot of branches or rocks or something were there. Like there's only like raspberries there, a little patch. Obviously don't need to do anything there right now. This is, I guess, 2 trees, so we can remove 1. I think it actually does not connect down there. It's actually 2 trees. So now this one has room to grow. Okay, here it's a pretty nice mixed forest. You can see pines, birches, spruces down there. Pretty much what the experts recommend these days. Mixed forests with a little bit of everything. Here's a proper bush for figure out what we want to leave. Maybe this one, and then all the else goes around it, and then somewhere there we leave something more. That pine though, looks pretty good actually. Maybe we'll leave the pine. Now the wind is coming from there all of a sudden. Seems to be switching directions quite a bit. But yeah, every gust of wind feels very good. Paprika Bolognese, thank you for the follow. Let's leave this pine, maybe this pine, or we can leave that birch. When did you start this tank of gas? Was it 9? A little over 9. It's already 10:40. No, it couldn't have been. Maybe it was closer to 10. We should still have a little bit of fuel left, I think. Check when we start. Hello Mage, thank you for the follow. What is this here? What kind of bush is this? Up a bit, I guess. Becomes easier. A little bit of the really bad jungle, then actually doesn't look bad at all. Huh? Where do we have our break? There's our break birch. 1050. Probably work like this here now, and then probably back to the break area almost. Could go back here a little bit, but don't know if I got enough fuel. So don't need to. I guess it's pretty easy to walk through this. Guess you can grab a little bit more. Shouldn't be too much here. There's always more than you think. Shouldn't be super dense. Here we come down to the ferns. Which probably indicates it's good soil. Don't need to do a lot of cutting. Ferns have kept the trees down, I guess. Or too many trees from coming up. It's okay with some trees, but too much and there's just more work. Yeah, now we go back. The next ton can come here. This is very easy here. Can get like a bunch done here back and forth. Not that much cutting at all. It's weird how in some places, like over there's a lot to cut, then you get like an area like this. Everything we've done so far here is the same in both areas. And one has basically nothing to cut down and the other one is full jungle. Never ceases to amaze me how big the difference can be. Yeah, there's a bit there, a little wall. Yeah, a little bushy in some areas. This is not. If you watch the previous few days, we were struggling a bunch more. I think next tank of gas should be really easy. Then it becomes harder again down there. More all kinds of junk there. A little bit left here. Whew. Holy hotness. I think today we can work here, tomorrow we can, but then weekend is, it's midsummer, so it's gonna be like we're not gonna come here anyways, and then it's also gonna be way too hot then. But today and tomorrow I think the weather is bearable still, and after that it becomes unbearable. Then we'll see when we finish it, but 2 days here we should get, there shouldn't be much more than like half a hectare left after that. Maybe we have like 4 days left here, including today. Depends, it's hard to tell. If it's all like this, then it's way slower. If it's more like that, then it's way faster. Really different. Yeah, then we need to go back here, see where we, how much did we work this area here. See, there's a little bit left there at least. Go around this area. Yeah, we did there, so there's only very little left here. And we can actually head back there, you know. Very nice, very nice. this is all done now. Behind us, this should be all done. Then we can go back to brake area. Probably don't have a ton of fuel left. Yeah, here we did drop some trees. Yeah, I guess there's a little bit there. And we should go back to that birch is like where the brake area is, so we should kind of head that way, I guess. Big hole right there. Yeah, here we went up. So today we got the bunch done with a couple tanks of gas here. Maybe we can finish all the way down to there with the rest of today's energy. That would be really good. Would be some good progress. Yeah, this way now. This way. These three very borderline. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Too much. Basically spin around with think like 4 meters in front of you. 3.99. Spin around with that. If there's about 8-9 trees there, then it's good density. But it's sometimes good to stop, count your trees when you're done and see that you're in the ballpark at least. It's not super exact, but if you're down to like 5 trees, then you're cutting too much, and if you're leaving like over 10 trees, then you're leaving too much. So good to check a little bit sometimes. But yeah, this is what I would qualify easy cutting right here. Maybe I need to cut 1 tree per 10 square meters or something, so not very much. Still kind of need to go through this to see that there's some thickness. There's like 2 very close. Still a little bit to go through, but it's The terrain is easier, the cutting is easier. Big difference to what we did just a little bit ago there. Oh, this is good. Open on the back side so you can leave a couple of trees a little closer there, I guess. Yeah, a little bit more open here. It's good. It's good here. Those two probably cut one. There's our fuel place. We'll do a little bit here, then we're good here. The next tank we can do like a big loop like this. We can do a lot here. Then at some point down there it gets very thick. But we're not there yet. I guess it's 11. We should have done, if not a full tank, then most of it. Most of a tank. And we've already done down here. The next tank we could almost go here out and then try to do everything there. Shouldn't be too much left actually. Just a few like that. Yeah, have we done everything here already? It's nice. Now it's done all the way to here, all the way up there, and a piece left here. good. Now it's probably time for lunch. Yeah, we're right where the brake area is. Might have a little bit of fuel left, but not much. Might as well take a break now. Then we'll head out further in that direction again. But yeah, we got a bunch done now. There's a little patch in the middle here which is very easy. The trees are all smaller also, so for some reason they grow slower there. Maybe there was more grass competition or something. But they're kind of getting over it now, so from this point forward they should grow quite a bit. How much battery? We should put the chat phone in charging now, I guess. When we have food break, charge it up a little bit, 62%, yeah. Then we might have enough for the whole day. Now there's definitely some horse flies when you stand still and the wind is not blowing. But it's fine. When I'm doing the cutting, the bugs aren't annoying. It's the heat that's the annoying thing. Bugs are fine. Heat is the tough part. Yeah, then we take snacks. We have bread, we have banana. Start with the bread. But yeah, without wind today it would be not good at all. With the wind I can deal with it somewhat. Then we'll deal with it tomorrow. And then after that I'll take a couple of days off, the hottest days. And then hopefully next week it cools down again. More cloudy days, then we can finish this job. yeah, it's easy to drink. I got 3 liters of juice and stuff today. Gonna be no problem to down that in like 5 hours. But yeah, in this area here, when I've been brush cutting here now, I found 2 new species that I've never seen in our forest. And that one is oak. Just randomly in the forest I saw oak. And then the other one was the one with the white flowers, which was called, I think John found out what it was called. It was like something weird, but it's I've never seen that one in the forest either before. So always nice to find new trees. We'll eat the banana later. We got this type of juice today and other types of juice, and all kinds of juice boxes and things. Oh no, don't tell me this guy's not charging. I left the other battery with the tractor, I think. Don't tell me this guy's doing this. It worked last time. Don't tell me it's charging 10 seconds and then stopping. What the hell is wrong with this battery? Now it's charging. It's mildly annoying when that battery sometimes charges 10 seconds and stops, and sometimes it charges all the time. Mildly annoying. Yeah, those intermittent electrical issues are literally the worst. Wasn't really a full or empty tank, I think. Close enough. We don't need to sharpen yet. I guess we can sharpen at the end of the day. Still was cutting fine. No issues. It's charging now. 61%. I guess we can take it one more tank of gas and then we'll have to figure out something, because then it will run out of battery. But yeah, we'll go as long as we can go. Then when we can't go, stream will be going, but I won't be reading chat then anymore. I guess that's fine for a little bit. But the connection seems fine even with one connection. I'm not having the hotspot on this phone, so that saves a bunch of battery. But yeah, I'm refueled. Stream seems to be working. That's refueled. We don't need to sharpen. We can sharpen after the next tank of gas. Now we should probably go like here or this side, finish that, and then like a loop back and finish all that as much as we can here, and then again brake, and then down there it's gonna be way denser. Excuse me. When I drink, this doesn't even have it's not like soda, but I still get like gas. When I drink, I probably swallow air or something, because always some gas issues. But yeah, then from here, like all this is all done. Here's like a little piece. We'll try to finish, or if we can finish all this down here today, then I would be real happy. Then we continue next day that way. But yeah, I guess there's nothing more than just to continue cutting things. See where we can go next. I guess we can go down here because there's nothing in the middle there, so we can go around the edge and then the back around the edge. No need to walk there if there's nothing to cut. There's some here around the edge, I guess. Yeah, here's those. It's a little... nice flowers, whatever that is. I think we were here. This is fine. There we might need to go. This is all good. Cut the doubles maybe. Yeah, this looks good. Those two kinda empty around it, so I it tickles me to leave both, but probably should not leave both. The birds will like weep the spruce a lot there. Probably still need to cut the birch here. If they would be a little bit more far further apart, then we could leave both. I guess there's trees behind and trees here, so when they're this size, then they need a bunch of room. There were some big spruces here, I remember, in the previous generation. Yeah, we went up there. It's pretty clear. Guess we did above this big rock. We should have done. If we didn't do. There's a little bit there, I think, but we can loop around from here because, again, in the middle here, nothing needs to be done there. Now we come here pretty much past this big rock a little bit here, so we know where we've been. But yeah, wish it would always work like this. You plant spruce or whatever you plant, and they basically all survive like this, and then you don't need to do anything. Just let them grow. And then when they're big enough to you can actually sell something, then you sell something. But this is very much the exception here. Most of the time you need to do some work with this brush cutter to get them spaced out a little bit better. But yeah, even this is not bad here at all. Here I see some trees cut down. I think there's a little bit behind this rock that's left. But then we can definitely go this way. Shouldn't be too much there. Here I've been on the other side there. Here again, moose sleeping. Clearly moose has been sleeping there. Here again. This might be a heavy moose chewing area. Kinda have a feeling of that here. Yeah, here's a little bit here. A little bit to do. We can do this. And continue. There we definitely went through that, or did we? There's like a thick spot. Hello there, Marcus. How's it going? Yeah, there's a little bit here that we didn't do. Now we just go back there. This spruce has got the lean to it. Is there anything else we could leave? Not really. I guess we can leave it, there's nothing else, but it's not the prettiest tree right here. Leave. I guess now we start at roughly, let's say 11:20 or something. Thank you for the follow also there, Marcus. Here we did this. This is done. Now we just go over there somewhere. What am I working on? I'm improving this forest here. I don't know how it would be easiest to say, but kind of thinning it out a little bit so you can see the trees I leave. They all have room to grow now. In some spots it was really dense here, so we needed to cut down some trees. It might be like hard to understand, or it's kind of hard to describe, but basically improving the forest a little bit by removing some trees, leaving the best ones. Yeah, here I've done this up on the hill. Especially like this, when it's two trees very close to each other, then you want to remove the worst one. Otherwise you end up with like two damaged trees in the future. Better to have one good instead of two damaged ones. But yeah, this is pretty easy area here. When we go over there, it's gonna be pretty tough. Like a lot to cut down. This was done already on the other side here, yeah, last time. So we can actually immediately go here and down there. Not bad. Not bad. There's kind of less here than what I thought, which is good. then we have more time to work on the harder areas. That spruce doesn't look super healthy. It's super healthy, but we'll leave it. There's a birch behind it maybe. Trees get more sun, yeah. So each tree gets more sun, more nutrients, less competition, so it will grow better. Also, if you have like some trees really close to each other, then they will like rub each other and like cause physical damage by being very close to each other. When I leave them like this, you can see one tree is not gonna touch the other tree for a while. It has like its own room to grow up. So that's what we're trying to do here. Yeah, we could actually work our way down here a bit. It's gonna be here, it's gonna see, here you can see, here it's more obvious what we do here. This was easy here. Easy, hard. Looks fun. It's, if the weather would be a little bit cooler, it would be even better, but it's okay. It's like, it's a good investment for the forest for the future. It can sometimes be a little struggle when it looks like this when you start. But then after that, now it already looks a lot better. I'm just gonna look around and try to judge which to leave, which to cut. Not always the easiest. And watch out for rocks and things like that, so you don't get your blade all dull. How about this area? Here you can see the one new tree species we actually found, like this white flower thing. I guess we're gonna work our way down here, then I can show you more. But I've never seen that bush in the forest. It was, I don't remember what it was called even, but it's like a new species. I've never seen that in the forest before. So we'll definitely leave that alone. It's like a little bit more exotic bush. Then we have in another place, there was also like oak, which is not common at all in our forests here. You can see oaks. But yeah, more fertile land here, which means also way more trees. Way more trees to cut down, which means a little bit slower progress. Maybe you should still go a little bit this way now. Yeah, we did this. Where was the big rock? It was up there somewhere. But yeah, this is kind of the edge here we need to work, and then work our way that way. And we might leave a little patch there like untouched because it's super jungly there. But yeah, this is fine here. Yeah, we did. There's one we need to cut, but up here it looks pretty good otherwise. How many hectares do I own? Or let's see this one. How many hectares? In total the farm has like about 20 hectares of forest. And this job I need to do now like I think it's like 3 hectares we need to do here. And we're probably done now, like probably closing in on 2 hectares done, 1 hectare left maybe. So yeah, it's not too bad. We don't have that much forest, so there's usually a little bit to do every year, but not too much. We'll go down here now, try to finish this, and then go that way back to the break area somewhere there. Yeah, leave those. Maybe leave this one even. More like this, so you can basically keep the blade spinning all the time. But yeah, it's not too bad even here, but then all of a sudden there we hit the wall. There's like a little really dense area down there. We'll see what we do there. There's always the option like bigger area, you could leave like a little area, very dense. Just then it's easier to compare in the future, like what would it look like if you would do nothing. So it might be good, we could leave here like a little area there. A little complete jungle area. need to cut down some more. Starts to get denser and denser and denser. If you look there, it's like zero visibility. Just trees everywhere. Now we're here to this bush, so we'll leave it. Has a pretty strong smell. Like this one, I've never seen this in the forest. I think this was called, what was it in Swedish? Was it like ollon? I don't even remember, but this bush, we'll leave it here because I've never seen this in the forest. So this is like a new plant for me in the forest. Seems like a bush type of plant. But yeah, I should take better video now so I can see from the VOD then what this is. Like that's how the leaf looks. Sometimes more like this. And then the flowers are like a bunch of these like clovers on the outside and then some white stuff in the middle. But yeah, this is a new arrival for me. I've never seen this before in the forest. So we'll definitely leave that untouched. Looks kinda nice. Oh, there's a little bit here. Well, we can mow this, but we leave here for sure. Like the needle spruce. Yeah, this is the spruce. This is kind of the main tree we have here. But there's a lot of pine and birch here also, as you can see. And also this white flower kind of thing. A lot of birch down here. Jungle here. Flower you were looking at, this Quilder rose. Yeah, I have no idea what it's in English. I don't even know what it's in Swedish or Finnish, so I have no idea what it is in English. But yeah, I thought it was, in the beginning I thought it was just some normal like garden rose or something. But it's not, it's something else. Koiran heisi in Finnish. What it was, we looked, or John looked it up. It was in Finnish, it was koiran heisi, and in Swedish it was something weird, and I have no idea what it's in English. But somebody can look whatever koiran heisi is in Finnish or English. That's what it is, because it's koiran heisi in Finnish for sure. Olvon, yeah, that's right. In Swedish, olvon. And then in English, what is it in English? Who can find out what it's in English? But it's a new one, yeah. I've never seen it in the forest before. I mean, it's not super common here, but it's kind of a native species, I guess. But we'll leave it for sure there because it looks nice. We don't need to mow that down. It's a good, provide some good diversity to the area here. gets berries late in the season. Oh! Can you eat the berries? Or are they poisonous? But it's always nice to see like new plants in the forest. Like I've been walking in forests my whole life, but I think I have never seen that plant in the forest, like in the wild. So that's kind of nice. Same with the oak also. Like oak is a really rare tree to see in the wild here. But there was on another day when we were doing something over there, then we also saw like an oak, which I of course also left because of a rare tree over here. Oh yeah, we can work through this, I think, still. But then it shouldn't be too much that way, then we can just push that way. If I remember correctly where we are. The berries don't taste good, can theoretically be eaten, preferably after some frost. I gotta come back here in the fall and check. Then we can see if we can eat them. Gotta try at least. Try to see if you can eat them. Yeah, when it's all like this, then it's slow, guys. Luckily we don't have too, but there's a little patch here, then it should open up that way. Bark from the bush have been used as medicine. Okay, nice. How do you have internet out there? Just normal 4G. Cell phone, normal cell phone internet. It's okay here, but sometimes if the screen goes like gray, then you know that the internet is like not good enough. Especially now when we're down here in the bottom, there's a lot of trees around us. If anywhere, then here it could cut out a little bit. But yeah, for the most part it works okay. It works okay here. Could be worse, could be better. Come on, don't get stuck. Here we could leave, that's like a whatever it's called, alder. Could leave some alder trees here. We're down to this really like swampy area here. Here I thought about leaving a little the really swampy area here, we can just leave it. Then we'll see how it develops in the future if we do nothing to it. But we can work through this bit and then leave a little bit over here actually. I think that's what we're gonna do here. Right here is probably somewhere, I think right somewhere here there's like a spring also. Hard to see where it is right now, but there is a spring somewhere here close to this big tree here. Somewhere here there is a spring. Yeah, that's good. Let's clear that bush, then it's good here. All the way that way is good. Then we can start heading back this way. And then we'll leave a little patch here. A little jungle patch untouched. See how it develops in the future. Yep, we're through this. Okay, here you can see how much lower it is. So many trees compared to up there. It was just a few trees to cut down. Big difference. Yeah, this is way easier here. Then we'll leave a little mini spot here for reference how a complete jungle. Then we can see how this develops here without touching it at all. See what happens. Do everything here, yeah. This is here we come to the big tree that's fallen down also. A huge root here. figure out what to do with this big tree also. Of course I'm gonna leave it now, but can we even do the brush cut with huge branch? Check this out. Technically not even walk here. If the tree breaks on the other side, then this could fall down back here. But yeah, that's a big root system. This is all one tree. One big aspen tree. We can see on the other side when it fell down that way. That's a huge root system. Look at the massive roots there that broke off. It was like a big tree fell over in a storm. And then when it's just one tree here in the middle, I'm not gonna come to collect this to firewood. We'll just leave this tree. It's just in the middle of the forest here. Yeah, then back to this very fast thing here. Way easier again. Yeah, let's work this like back and forth like this. As long as we can go, as long as we have fuel. Yeah, that's all. There's a break spot, so now we can try to do here as much as we can. Not too bad to cut here, not too hard. It might get very bad there. Very, very bad. Yeah, we'll see behind the root ball how it looks here now. Ah, yes, good wind. Bring it on, wind. We like wind. So good. Cut here, but as long as it's kind of small, then it's way easier, falls down way easier. When they don't peak like that, and it's all long stuff, that's when it really slows down. Okay, this isn't too bad here yet. Little patch here of bad stuff, I think. And yeah, one thing you can see here, when one big aspen tree falls down, you get literally thousands of new aspens from their like roots. That's why you see there's a lot of aspen tree here. And we don't really want to leave too much so that it's not that like worth that much, but we can leave some if there's nothing else. Yeah, there you see the trunk of the tree. Huge aspen tree. Probably over half a meter in diameter. So I thought this spot here I might leave as jungle. Maybe we'll cut from this side all the way to the tree and then leave this as kind of a wildlife refuge here or something. Just leave it completely natural, see how it looks in the future. leave spruce here and then some other stuff. You do all the hardest stuff here. Try to finish this and then go back up to the brake area with next tank of gas. Here's a little opening. Try to fell the trees toward the opening. Definitely some puddles, so this is quite wet ground here. Okay, we'll do this and then leave this completely in a natural state, or untouched state at least for now. All this smaller stuff. Yeah, big trunk here. Big tree trunk and big branches coming up. But yeah, these can just decompose completely natural here. Probably good for all the wildlife and stuff to leave a little bit untouched. From the tree trunk, yeah, there's a little patch here. At least for now we'll just leave it. See how it develops. But yeah, this is what we end up with. This is kind of what we start with. The worst case scenario. Just impenetrable jungle. start this tank. Now it's like 12:30. Probably not much left in this fuel tank. You might want to push up here now and take a break again, and then come back to the last. It shouldn't be too wide this way. On the other side, I think. Quite a bit. Shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, here it becomes easier. It's the very last bit here is quite the jungle. But it's not as bad as on the other side. Seems like the trees are a little bit smaller here. Here comes a massive wind. Yes. Otherwise it would be unbearably hot today, but the wind saves us a bit today, I think. nothing to do pretty much up here. We'll push a little bit here and go up to the birch. Then there's like a little bit left here, probably not one tank of gas. We did like a massive piece with this tank. There wasn't that much to do here, so a lot of progress. Touched something, so it went away from the screen there. But yeah, it's half one. Probably should not have much fuel left. Always remember to check when I start a new tank of gas. Usually lasts about 120. Number 3. Definitely do one more. I have good energy. Had a good rest day yesterday. Plus this is a lot easier than the really thick stuff. Now we just have finished this and a little patch here, and then we go that way. Good here. Seems to be all done up there. Yeah, this is good. This is good here. Break time. And one more tank, then we'll definitely finish down there. Not that much more there, I think. And what's going on with the chat phone? Even if I have the protection of 2 presses on, it seemed like somehow we pressed or something double pressed it. Oh yeah, we have pressed some weird things here. No, not this. Go back to this. %. We got good battery. It doesn't. It's better internet here, so that means the phone is eating less battery. It's kind of an interesting thing. The better the internet, the less power it also uses. So we can take a good break now, eat the banana, then we do at least one more tank of gas. Yeah, now all that is done. Down there a little bit, then we can go that way. That should also be quite easy that way. All the way to the corner over there, and then finish this maybe in the next day. And then this is all done here. Then we have on the other side of that older forest, there's a little bit there. Banana time. Do the horseflies like banana? I think so. Yeah, we'll go down, finish that, and come up here and continue from right here. Might go up there and back, or we could go this way. Probably go up and down, just to figure out how it looks up there again. Some clouds and a lot of wind. Good things, good things. The more wind, the more clouds, the better it is. Yeah, horseflies, just land. Land and it's gonna end badly for you. Excuse me. Yeah, without this wind would be not good. Luckily we have pretty heavy winds today. This is one job where a lot of wind is good. Cools you down even in higher temps. When there's a bunch of wind. Yeah, we'll just continue again. Drink a bit more. And it should be. Oh, we got the cable in between there. What the hell? This cable guy doesn't need to be underneath the damn hearing protection thing. That's better. But yeah, it's good to have the base station, base camp here, close to this big birch. Then I know, even if when I go like further, then I know where to come back to. Now we just need to go down, about down there, and do a little bit. Then all the really bad stuff is literally done. Then all this corner here should be like up there, a little bit easier. And then on the other side it's also mostly easier. Like okay, like more like this, where you fell some trees, but don't need to be completely mowing things down all the time. That's really when it slows down. When you have to almost mow the whole area. Oh yeah, chat phone. And now it's not charging again. This son of a battery is not charging. Well, we have 40, so we probably have enough for one more tank of gas. It hasn't been using that much battery when we have. I only have one internet connection. I'm not using this hotspot from this phone. Then it uses way less battery. Yeah, 40% left still. We good. We good to continue. And it's somewhere down here where we need to continue. This is done all the way here to the big rock, I think. It's pretty much down at the bottom here, where there is a little bit of a patch left. Yeah, somewhere here it starts. It's not very wide. And the wind is coming from there, so I guess we should go on this side. And the wind helps us. Go like this a few times here. It's not very wide here, so quite a lot to mow down, but it's not that tall, so do that back. Kind of damaged. Do that. This. Found that. There's a nice spruce there. Kind of have to plan what you want to leave, what you want to cut down. And when it's a lot to cut down like that, you have to pick out a good one and then mow down everything around it. Well, now the wind is coming from here. It's definitely a weird wind. Seems to be turning around all the time. Moose has been sleeping there. Leave the spruce, leave the pine, we can leave something here. Leave some sort of birch there, I guess. Yeah, there we have done already. So it's a very narrow street back here. Then we'll leave. There's a little on the other side there. I'll look from the flighted road over, see how big this area is, but I think we can leave this as kind of like a little bit of untouched area. Then you can see, or we can see how it develops if you don't touch it at all. Still untouched area. Would be very hard to do the brush cutting here also when there's big branches up in there from this huge tree. Would be pretty hard to even do anything in there. Should all be good there. Then we'll see if there's a difference between this and the untouched stuff. Then we'll just work our way back with this. Shouldn't be much here at all. And then the rest should be much easier also. Not nearly as dense. Like this, they're cutting down at least one tree per square meter, maybe more. And it's like if you want to have to cut down 10,000 trees all like this. More hectares, but then the 2 other hectares are going to be thank God, easier. Not nearly as bad as this. So much to cut now. Can't rain or something. It's really hard to stand up. We're mowing down a shit ton of trees. Try to fail them. I don't want to like make it completely impossible. For the most part, try to fail them so you don't need to walk over them, because then it's even harder. This bush. How much can I leave here to leave that? That. This. And what do we leave here? Maybe one in the middle there somewhere. Something like that. There's a big rock coming up here. I think on the other side of this big rock it was done, so we only have this little bit here now. You can't see anything. We start at 12, maybe quarter before 1. So this should last all the way to 2 o'clock. Then we should be without fuel again. Clock, fuel o'clock. Okay, now that's cleared. So around this, then we have a bit here. Not that much at all now, I think. Fine, fine. It's pretty fine. A little bit there and a little bit behind us. Then a big chunk is done. Big chunk. Whew. Thank God not too much like this anymore. This is the slowest. Kind of use most amount of fuel and it's hot. It's down here, there's no wind, maybe more wind up there. In all the ways it's better up there. There, a little bit there. Then we're actually finally through this. Then we go up and see how it looks there. When I hit the rock, really. Guess it could grow against the rock. That's there, cut there, it's too close. Too close to the rock. Okay. We're done there. Let's go this way. Now this is all done, all the one to here. Then we got like this left up here. This is also done here. Now we'll walk up to the break area and we have 1 more hour, so we can try to go up and down there once. See what it looks like there. If we can walk there without falling. Should be way easier here. When I went yesterday, I went up here somewhere and kind of continued from that. Probably up here was something that was not done. I guess here it was done. Here I see some trees already down. At some point here, looks like we at least forgot a few trees, if nothing else. I guess I didn't. I'm gonna go up here and take a look. I guess we did. We might have done all this almost here even. We need to go there and up like. That's what's left up there. Yeah, from the, you're already done a little bit on this side of the break area, I guess. Go this way a bit and up here. Yeah, we have done quite a bit here actually. More than I thought in this direction. Probably start somewhere here and push up, finish, push back down and refuel and then continue this way. It seems like this is kind of done here. Yeah, here somewhere we can start. Push our way up to the neighbor's border. like looking for trees to cut down. Not that much mowing everything down. But I want to go up here at the edge so I don't leave like a little bit in between. And go up there and finish and then come back down. So we don't leave too much in between. Yeah, there wasn't that much here. It's good. Yeah, here we did well, but I think we did to this here, so I'll try to clear this now. We still have like an hour left in the tank probably. Fuel tank for this. And we'll see how much we got left in this human tank. Oh, that's an ugly spruce. We'll leave it, but it's kind of crooked. The pines here look like they have survived. I don't know if we planted here or if these came natural. They look okay here. Okay-ish. No wind, holy, it's hot. Whew. To have a break in between sometimes it starts to... Seems like the wind is coming from somewhere here, but it's not that windy right here. I do not want to be protected by the wind right now. I want the wind to blow as much as possible. Maybe if we go up on the hill here it gets better. More wind. Pine, pine, pine. Climb up here, it's very rocky here. Luckily not that much to cut, so yeah, here we can just loop around pretty quickly. This we did last time. Loop around. You really need to look more forward maybe and plan where you're gonna walk. Like now we're gonna walk around here, loop there, and loop around there. Because the terrain is pretty challenging here. I guess we might get shade from those trees now, but definitely challenging. Ah, there's the wind. There's the wind. I guess you can see your feet. In one way it's easier to walk here. Down there it was sometimes hard to see where your legs are. So many bushes and stuff. the trees are way smaller also. Probably less, it's more rocky soil, not so good soil, and then also maybe shading from those trees and stuff. You can see all the trees are way smaller here. We might have planted these pines here, but they're way smaller than in other places. And down there, yeah, we don't need to do anything down there. Maybe a little loop there, but just a quick check there, basically. Yeah, I think you hear even the guys that cut this down with the big machines, they had issues getting up here. I think they found some route in between here, or they could drive like here, where it's a little bit more flat. Because yeah, some places it's even too rocky for those big machines. Which is not the case very often. But if it's really steep or full of really big rocks, then it can be impossible even for those machines. Yeah, the corner should be like 50 meters that way. We're not gonna go all the way there with this tank of gas. We can go here now and back down. And the next one comes up here, and then maybe one or two more, then we should be to the corner. Some moose damage. Definitely some moose damage here, but there's birds and alders and stuff coming up. Oh, this is also very interesting here. You can see like a burnt stump. This might be either from when they used to burn the whole forest, or they might also have had like a campfire here when they did some logging here back in the day or something. As you can see, it's burned on the inside, the stump there. Pretty interesting. Really old stump. Yeah, we can do a little bit here in this deep here, and then we'll go back. Do a little bit here and then we go back down. Here's some spruces that are growing. I don't know what we planted. I planted spruce right here. Some might have died. Yeah, they're really small here. Probably not a whole lot of soil here, so the trees are struggling a bit. But it will be a forest here too, just takes a little bit longer. And it's like a group like this here. Guess we can leave this one, maybe even this one. Yeah, and it's pretty much done to here now. These big rocks, I guess we could finish this like whole area. Because it's always wider further. If you have a break point here, then if you go out 360 around it, then you need to work wider when you're furthest away. But yeah, the next tank we can come here and finish this. There should be pretty easy up here also. I will just go back and forth and back down. Someone just make like a bot that somehow counts every tree we cut down. And we should see how many trees we actually cut down in one day. Probably quite a bit. Quite a few trees. Especially in those really dense. Really dense. Yeah, we came up close to that big pine, so we can do all this, start to do all this now when we go back down. I shouldn't go much more that way because we don't have that much fuel probably. Decent sized chunk, but not a too big chunk. Here is again not much to cut. Is that different trees or is that the same tree just lower down? At least that one has gone. Yeah, sometimes they do this, so like a couple of branches become the new tree. Wonder what's going on. Just all those need to come down. We'll figure out if we can this one. Really ugly, we should cut it down. We'll leave it now, but it's like a branch of a tree. Like a break in the shadow of the earth tree. Of course it's becoming warmer and warmer all the time also, but time is not that much, so we might, after this we might even one more tank of gas, we will see. See how much gas I have in the tank after this tank, and that will determine it. We definitely have plenty of fuel, but we'll see what the energy levels are. But yeah, without not too much fuel, we did hold this whole area up to those big rocks and back here. Then we can see if we can do up here and then go back down again. I think that's 2 trees. We're close to each other, so we should be able to. Remove the worst one. Yes, it's very hot. Very hot when you're doing physical things. For this job, like ideal temp is like probably 10 to 15 degrees. I mean, if it constantly would be this kind of wind, then it would also be fine. But there's not that kind of wind all the time. But yeah, it's fine. Just try to take it easy. Try to go slow. Drink a bunch. And then complete rest after I've done this here. Cold shower also works good. Remove that or leave that. It's kind of close here when it's always like a groove and it's like empty behind and there's rocks and stuff. That pine is pretty nice. I guess we should cut this down. Then go this way. We already was there. This is all done. Let's leave around here. Yeah, try to do all this. That patch, and then definitely head back, then we're done. Yeah, we should have like half an hour. Or a little bit more fuel maybe. Depends on how thick it is here. Doesn't look too bad here. Oh, this is like a triple tree here. How do we get this cut? I kinda wanna leave. Which do we wanna leave here? Gotta go around and see which one is nicest. That one? Probably not. This thing, what do we do with this one? There's 3 trees and which is the nicest? For sure not this one. That's definitely not the best one. But then which one of the 2 left behind? So tough terrain. Which one is better? I think that one is better. This one has changed the top there. Try to find a good footing. Can be tough sometimes when the terrain is like rock on rock, so it's very like, might look flat, but it's like every step you take, it's like when you put it down, then you feel if it's like this or like this. But yeah, it's okay, just need to progress slowly. Yeah, here it's easier now. A bit less to cut down probably. See what's behind here. There's an opening. We've done all the way to there. Maybe it's a good mark to kind of do it towards here. And then go back a bit. This is all done. Maybe I start to snake our way back here. Might have hit the other one. It's always tough when you cut like that. No, maybe not. Those double trees are always tricky. The brake area is there, so we can go back here a bit and then go back to brake area. Brakey brake area. Yeah, here's more pine again. I think we planted some pine here. There's birch in between because some of the pines are quite heavily chewed on, I think. Now we're down to 20%. After this we'll see if I can have my chat phone with me. I need to charge it for a while. Yeah, pretty much can cut this down if we want. It's a double one there, so it's not the best one. Could be a good one to cut down. If you leave this one, that one, this one, and then one there. Leave this, not the best, leave that, basically mow down the rest. Leave that one. kind of want to leave. Maybe leave these, at least that pine, this pine, maybe some extra pines. If the moose, if our friend the moose decides to come and chew a bit more. What about this guy? Super ugly stuff. So 2 trees and both are super ugly. Maybe the one is a little bit better than the other. This one, but it's not pretty. Maybe slightly more pretty than the other one. Sometimes you gotta choose between 2 bad options. Not always a nice tree around. This one also massive moose damage there. I guess we'll leave them for the most part because the moose might come back to the same tree and then it's not as bad. But yeah, there's a break place. A little bit more here, then it's a break. A break time. Same with this one, not the prettiest. Not the prettiest. I guess we're officially out of fuel now. Yep. Officially out of fuel. Ooh, clouds rolling in. Yes. I think we can do one more tank. Some of these might not have been full tank of gas. think we can do one more. Could sharpen the blade also now. It's not like dual, but maybe a little touch up might be good. Definitely some horse flies around, it sounds. Sit down for a bit. Yep, horse flies. Luckily not many mosquitoes or something. I don't know what's worse, the mosquitoes or horseflies. Mosquitoes are worse afterwards when you start to itch, but horseflies are worse right now when they're like buzzing around. But yeah, now it's like 2 o'clock. From this point it's like the warmest. But there is clouds coming in, that should help a lot. And wind is still good. Keeps us somewhat alive. No wind, yeah, it would be today already like too hot. We'll do one more tank today, and then tomorrow we'll finish whatever we got there. Then there should not be much left on this side here. Up on this side. Then it's only left on the other side, closer to the road where we came in with the tractor. And there you can, yeah, you don't need to walk as far. This is like the furthest away from the road. You need to walk through the forest the longest amount here. But yeah, one more tank here, then just cold shower, rest, and then football in the evening again. See whatever matches are up today. Or at least watch the highlights of the yesterday's matches. There was the good match, England-Croatia. Pretty good match, but I couldn't watch it because of it's like in the middle of the night here, so. But yeah. Now I think every team has played like once now in the World Cup. So today they probably start with like round 2. Then it's already some teams. If you lost like the first match and if you lose the second match, then you're, well, not out probably, but close to out. yeah, just chill a bit, then we'll sharpen the blade, refuel, and do one more tank. One more tank of gas. But we got a lot done today. It was, as I thought, much faster up here. I do probably double the area up here than down in the tough spots. Probably double the area. So already today there's not going to be that much left. Maybe one more day we can get all this up here. Probably not too far away, at least. But it's usually now it's like mid-June. This is when the bugs come. Like early June there was no bugs when I started, it was slightly colder, but now from this point forward, so luckily we only have like 3 days left. So then we can get out of here, because it's the best time to do now, but it's also the bug time. Or bugs are starting to come in, and it's also the warm. It's also quite warm. But yeah, it's the best time, because the birds that we mostly cut down, like it should not come back as much when you cut it this time. Like the tree has just used all the nutrients from the roots to push out all the leaves, and then when we cut it right now, before it starts to load in energy again, then it should. At least previously when I've done it, it's made like the least amount of a comeback, which is good. That's why I want to do this now, even if it's weather-wise. If you do it in the fall, then it's kind of nicer weather. Or even early spring. But yeah, then you get much more stuff coming back, and almost have to do it one extra time then. Also, I don't know about the camera on the head. Last time the camera on the head ran out of battery, which is not it's not nice, because the backpack battery I have has charge, but it can't charge the camera fast enough. So the camera on the head, it drains faster than what I can charge it. Which is a little bit not great. Let's see how much we got left. Oh yeah, 45% in the camera here, so for some reason today it's charging just fine. It seems like it's got its own temperament. Sometimes it charges great and sometimes not. Hello there, hi. Stu. Let's sharpen the blade a bit. Not really, we have hit only one rock so far, so it's not bad, but it's always good to touch it up a bit. That's one side. Then we do the other side. Oh, that should be both sides. Blades sharper. Then we try to good to try, because yeah, if you get any type of crack in this blade, then you absolutely cannot use it. So that's why this is a good test. If it's high pitched like that, then you know the blade is good. If it's much more low pitched, then you know that there's a crack and then you can't use the blade. But yeah, now that's sharp. And we'll just refuel. Refuel the thing. And we still have enough fuel for tomorrow, I think, here. Sounds like a bell. Yeah, when you put the fuel in there, it's like, it sounds like something is, I don't know what it sounds like. Sounds like it just sounded there. Then we can check how much fuel we got left here. You can't see through this tank, but you can hold it like this, then you hold your finger on the outside. Then I see the surface inside here. We have about, yeah, we have almost 3 liters left. 2.5, so there's, I probably use in one day like 2.5 liters of fuel, so it doesn't use very much. I think one full tank is like, could it be maybe 0.7 liters or something? Not that much. But yeah, unfortunately for this last tank of gas, I will have to leave the chat phone here because battery is running out. I have a battery pack, but there's no way of me keeping that charging while I'm doing work. So you can watch. Sadly, I cannot read chat on this last tank of gas. We did, or you did see all the other tanks of gas today, like 4 hours, 5 hours, but now this phone is 13%. So we gotta charge it. See how badly this wants to charge. It's gonna start the charge for sure, but then I don't know how well it's gonna charge. That ding on the metal was like bell of a church. Yeah, for sure, yeah. As long as it sounds like a church bell, then the blade is fine. If it's very much like duk, not a ding, then you know blade is super dangerous. Because yeah, imagine that one spinning 10,000 RPM and then a chunk flies off the blade. That would be very dangerous. That's why it's good to do that check every once in a while. If you don't hit any rocks majorly, it shouldn't really start fracturing, but you never know. Then this battery is like a black battery. Let's try to have it in a little bit of a shade so it maybe doesn't overheat. But yeah, I'll leave the chat phone here. But yeah, and I'm cutting now the last tank of gas. I can't have the chat phone with me anymore. It needs to charge for a little while. Don't know if something like that is buyable in Germany. The blade like this. It should be. I mean, there's a brand, this is Husqvarna brand, but there's a brand called Steel, which is from Germany, and they make similar things like this. I'm sure you can get this kind of metal blade in Germany. But this is meant, yeah, this is not meant for grass, this is like meant for trees. You can get, I can also put here, I can change this blade into like 2 strings, then you can cut grass with this. Or I have like it's like a triangular blade for like heavy grass. But now this attachment is good for trees. Basically it's almost similar disc to when you have like a table saw or something like that. It's a similar disc to that. But yeah, I'll put hearing protection on, then we'll go up there, then we'll see, we might try to go all the way to the corner. And I can show you guys the cornerstone, or there's like a border between 3 neighbors there. We'll see if we can go up there and find that maybe even, and then come back. We might do that now. Could be a plan. But yeah, then when we go home with the tractor, then I can see chat again. But now for the next, let's say for the next hour I can't see chat. But then when we go away from here, then back to the farm, then I can read chat again later. It seems like it's charging now, 13%. Yep. Let's go. If this thing wants to start. I try to not run it out of gas, otherwise this might happen. It usually starts with the first pull, but sometimes when you run it completely empty and then refuel, then it might struggle a bit to start. Needs to pull in the gas a bit there. Now it sounds like it's running again. A little bit still. Needs to suck in the gas properly in the carburetor. Yeah, then we can start somewhere where we stopped with the last tank of gas. I guess we can go that way. And we'll leave this for tomorrow here. Yeah, start here, work our way up to the edge, work our way to the corner, and then come back. Might be a plan. do we leave here? Probably a birch because the pine looks kind of damaged. Probably going a little too wide here. We can go back and try to go back to the corner, then we might come back right here. A lot of moose damage here. You can see a lot of trees like this. This is the moose that it likes to eat the top of the tree. You can see here. It's the tastiest up here. Then if it can't reach, then it puts its heads against and like bends the tree until the tree breaks like this. That's why you see trees like this. This is not the snow. This is the moose. Elk. Big animal doing. Big animal do that kind of food hunting, I guess. We start at some point, then we go up here and come back down. Then fuel runs out at some point. This birch, kind of, if I remove that, I give room to 3 spruces, so it's also kind of like if it's a lot bigger than these, and it's better to probably cut it down. Definitely borderline here. But yeah, blade is cutting a little better now after I sharpened it. It wasn't any kind of like dual, but now it's pretty sharp. Even those slightly bigger trees go through pretty well. Same thing here. This is like a little slightly bigger than the other birch, but it's ugly and it's probably better to cut down. Might need to cut from two sides here, it's slightly bigger tree. Yeah, so you can cut quite big trees with this if I cut from two sides. Probably a tree that's like almost 15 centimeters in diameter. Then any bigger than that, then it's better with chainsaw. Tree was so strong it cracked the rock in half. It's always funny where the trees want to grow. That tree is going to be interesting when it gets bigger. Is it going to start pushing the rocks aside, or what's going to happen there? It can be there because there's nothing else around it, so we'll leave it and then we'll see in the future what happens there. Yeah, here's not that much to cut, so we can definitely try to go out to the corner of the forest there. Leave spruce or leave birch? That's sometimes the question. Let's leave the spruce this time. And here we really need to plan how we navigate between. There's a, if I remember correctly, this area here, there's a lot of big boulders here and some trees between, so this could get very tricky here. Try to cut the trees but not hit the rocks. Could get a bit tricky here. That, and then again do we do birch or spruce? Probably leave the spruce again. Probably go first here and then back, or should I go up here now? I don't remember exactly this whole place, but maybe that far this time. Yeah, now we can go out to the border again and then try to head that way a bit. I believe the border is, it's gotta be right here where this flat rock goes. Here's a big stump, so they cut this down and that one. Those were still on our side, so the border might go straight over this rock here. And then it goes, it's kinda easy to see here, neighbor has bigger forest. But somewhere here is where the border goes. So we can head, it's not that far that way, then there should be the border. Or like corner, it's like a border like this and then there's a border like that. We could check that out a bit. So we don't randomly go on the neighbor's side. Yeah, these aspen trees that are eaten, we can just leave them if they're in the open. Moose might come back and eat more on the same tree. Here, leave that one. Goes even. Yeah, so this here is going to be very rocky. We'll see when we come back here what we can do there, but corner should be not far away now. The border is... I did cut some trees here. It's probably right here, the border, so I can cut this. Clean that out a bit. Should still be on our side. Should have the app open in the phone where I can see where the actual border is. We'll just leave anything here, there's not too much growing here. There's birches, there's some stuff that has come up between the rocks. Big boulders here. Don't need to cut down a whole lot here. Should probably go somewhere here out to the corner and then come back here, see that we don't go on the neighbor's side. But yeah, this area here is kind of locked in between all these big boulders. I think the forestry machines, they could drive over this here. But just with a farm tractor, you would struggle right here. Would be too much for the farm tractor. It's a double top. One is better. I believe there's the border. This looks fine. Yeah, they did cut the tree here, so that should be on our side still. At least if those guys had the correct maps. But yeah, here we planted a little pine. You can see they're quite eaten and not the best quality, but it will be some sort of forest here also. very little to cut down here right now. Just some places where there's many like this and you can thin out the worst spots a bit. Even leave trees like this. Massive damage by moose. Better than nothing. I mean, the tops are looking okay on most of these. So it's gonna be a forest. There's some trees definitely that got completely destroyed, but maybe nature has filled in with some more here. It's okay, it's okay. It's gonna be okay. Definitely not as big as the trees in the other place there, but yeah, over here I think neighbor did some brush cutting there also a few years ago. But the border is, or corner is, I believe it's right here. It's either that rock, I think it's this rock here. This pile of rocks, this marks the corner. So one border comes from there and goes, we need to figure out there, it goes down to a ditch, so I need to start there and come up from the ditch, so I know exactly where this line is, but I would say like there. And then one border goes there. And this is the farm's forest here. This tree is almost exactly in the corner, I think. But yeah, now we can work our way back here. This is pretty easy, most of this, not too much to cut. Terrain is tough, but not too much to cut, and I already did the worst part down there, so should be okay. Now we can work our way back here. Take another slice this way. Now we know that we're at least on the right side. Better, you can see a lot of moose eating here and there. It's either a double top or it's 2 trees. Don't hit the major tree, just cut the branch off with the hand. leave some pines like pretty close to each other like this, because I'm kind of expecting some moose damage here still. So we can leave a little bit. A little bit on the dense side, I guess. Because there might be. Unless we need to get someone from chat here to guard this place. Chase away all the moose. Yeah, we can work a little slice like this and then go back. Sometimes groups like this. That's a big one, but man, it's ugly. Pretty much want to cut down this almost here. Leave this one. Leave both those ones. They're undamaged. This one is... that there ruins it. And huge branches. Even though it's the biggest one, we probably want to cut that down. With pines, you kind of gotta more look at the quality, I guess. Try to leave the good quality ones. Got some branches so we can get to. Also, this might be almost too thick for this one. Maybe I can drop it that way by cutting at least from two sides. That's gonna hit the... and go like this. And we push it over. Yes, we can. Then leave this one, and this one instead. They're smaller, but they have at least now better quality. Sometimes you need to do this, cut the biggest down, because it's got the worst quality. Usually you can leave the biggest one, but this was terrible quality. This one looks fine. This one looks fine. Same with this one, okay. Somewhat okay. Now then we go back. Back. This one is big, but it seems like it's okay. It has survived the moose, I think. back to the big rocks, where we really need to plan how we walk around this. You can't just go anywhere here. Even walking is like a challenge. This pine less than good, but there's nothing else, so we'll leave it. It's basically firewood quality. Almost too bad even for pulpwood. And it's never gonna be a nice log, but we don't have anything else here, so we'll leave it. Yeah, there's a row of big rocks. We're probably gonna go here and then around back there and then there. There's like a little patch that probably doesn't even need much work. The same with this bird, it's completely destroyed, but nothing else, so we'll leave it. As long as it's alive, it's gonna produce like firewood, like some kind of wood. Quality is terrible, but bad quality is still better than no quality, I guess. Yeah, we'll go this way. Like you can see the old generation, there was some really big trees here, so there's nothing wrong with the soil. As long as you can get the trees started, then they will grow. Like this pine here looks very nice. That doesn't get destroyed by the moose. It's gonna be, yeah, every year. This year it's already grown like this much. You can see the last there, like this much this year. And it's probably growing still a little bit this year. It's gonna take too while. We're gonna go here back and then around there somewhere and see where we end up. Just basically anywhere we can walk here. Yeah, this is challenging there. It's like even walking it's challenging. Other way. Yeah, then we turn back here somewhere. See if we can go back to the board over there. bit. Very tough terrain here. You gotta really see where you step and on which rock you put your feet. Some of the toughest terrain to walk on here, not the toughest cutting here, but for sure it's one of the toughest terrains to walk on here. Very uneven, a lot of big boulders. Just when you want to move one leg a little bit and put it somewhere, then all of a sudden foot falls down half a meter. Very sketch. Very sketch. Almost have to hold on to a branch with one hand all the time. Now this is done all the way to there, but then we need to loop around here, finish that. And there's a little bit left here. There we hit the rock, but it was so slow speed that I don't think it did too much damage there. But yeah, this is a pretty tricky terrain here. Here it's a little better than. There's a big pine there. That's good. Then we go here. Finish this. Go around this way or go around this way? We need to go maybe around this way and then head back. There's a little bit left here still. Or just walk between somehow here. Here we did this edge, I think. Should be done here. little bit to these rocks here, then we should go that way. Otherwise we end up with empty fuel tank here, very far away from base camp. Very rocky here. What's that? Looks like berries, but it's some sort of mushrooms or something growing on a stump. Looks kind of suspicious. Looks like almost like lingonberries that are not ripe. Can we leave this? I think it's too much if we leave this. We came somewhere here, might be a little bit here, but we do this hill there here and then start heading back. Yeah, I need to keep an eye kind of where the blade is, then some sort of preemptive lookout where I'm putting my feet, and then try to keep the balance and everything that at the same time. And then the ground is very, very uneven here. Gotta proceed with caution. Definitely can't just be running around with this. Then you hit the blade in the rock 100% of the time. Almost grab a tree when you can to keep the balance better. That one can be there. The rock, so there's room on this side. Guess we'll go through here and then we'll go back there and go back. Then next time we come on the low side here. And it should be more or less finished towards this, where it gets a little bit more dense. So I can see where I've been. You can see like standing on rocks that roll on other rocks. So it's... We're not walking on a football court here, where everything is perfectly flat all the time. Very much so in the terrain here. All kinds of terrain. Some areas are flatter, but some are more like this, where it's very rocky. This one I don't know here, too pretty close. Nothing on that side. It's kind of... Could leave it, could cut it. I don't think either choice would be terrible. That's good. We went on the upper side and we need to go back once more there. It's a little bit there. But up here where the big pine is, it's all ready to here now. As you can see, rocky. Rocky, but trees can grow well here. There's, between the big rocks, there's a lot of like really fine material. So the trees can grow quite well. Okay, now we cut down here, so yeah, we got a little bit here. Let's finish all this. And then we start heading back over there. This should be good now here. Ah, there's a little bit there. Of course, one tree left there. Otherwise, this is good here. definitely no need to a workout later today. Need to eat a lot later today and stretch a bit. Now we go back. This all is done. Down there we did, I think. Finished it up there, so we can finish up here now. Up to this big pine here basically, and then we go back here, and this is like left and that's done. Try to do here, it's like opening up a bit easier here. Very rocky to walk on still there. Especially when you can't look down like this all the time. Sometimes you stumble a bit. There, do a bit more here, so it's easy to go the other way next time. You hopefully don't leave too many, like where it's like one tree and they need to walk around a bunch of trees to get to the one tree. Try to not leave things like too much. This is good, that one can grow, this one can grow. There's maybe one, there's kind of room on the back side. It's fine here. Then we go from here down here. A lot of big rocks here, can't even walk there. Go down here. Clear this bush. Triple. Triple tree. Quite a lot of these. I wonder if these were double from when we planted them, or quite a few that have like a little side tree in it. That one goes. Most of these. Probably this one goes, it's kind of close. Yeah. I have no way to communicate with chat now, so I can't even ask what time it is. How much have we done? But maybe we can do a little bit here and then head down. Brake area is there, so probably don't have a whole lot of fuel left. This is pretty destroyed. Well, we'll leave it. It's in the middle of a gap, so. Yeah, no more this way. The next time we go there again. Further over there. There's a nice birch. It's got nice room also. Then we of course can leave whatever. Here the terrain is a little bit better between the rocks at least. I can see where I'm walking on. There's actually some flat spots. stuff to pull down. Leave that, leave that. There, there, there. Yeah, this one is pretty much too much. It's so easy to start to leave like a few too many always. Need to look up actually, see that the trees aren't touching each other too badly. Kinda ugly pine. Small pine. Birch. What do we even want to leave here? Is that pine good enough to leave? Yeah, maybe. But this. Yeah, then I can leave this. This is probably a very ugly pine, but oh well. Oh well. Pine is somewhat okay, so we can leave. Here I was originally thinking that it doesn't need anything here, but man was I wrong. It's grown so much in the last few years. Definitely the right time to come here and also clear this. It always grows so fast in the beginning. After the few first years that are kind of slower, then from this point now when they get more room they should, yeah, in 5 years they will be double the size. Probably in 5 years they will be 10 meters, maybe more even, lengthwise. Yeah, now we should really go that way. Break area is there. I'm sure we don't have much fuel left. There's another big pine. Yeah, this will, if we continue here this tomorrow, this looks pretty easy. It's like pretty clear. Clear what to do, and it's not too many like super bushes where it's like tens of thousands of trees to remove. so it's okay. That one can be there. Yeah, I like to cut these big branches like this. Didn't really do it too much, but it's an okay pine. Then we can improve the quality, I guess, a little bit. I'm sure here this big pine has also seeded a bunch more pines here, which is good, then we can choose a little bit better. I think we planted some pines in this very spot, but there was also a few of these seeding trees left. Really big and nice pines. They will always spawn some new ones also. Yeah, there's few. If we have fuel for those 3 trees, then it's good. The next day we can go here, this way. You can see a bunch of cones on the ground. There might be a woodpecker in the tree also. Yeah, I think we did a bunch already here, so yeah, next day I'm sure we can finish this in one more day. Then we can move over to the other side. Finish the last bits there, I guess. Yeah, we're done already. Up here is already done. Almost finish all this today. Yeah, this is all done here. So I guess we continue mowing here. Then we might move base camp a little bit this way actually. It's a decent pine. That actually hasn't, it's pretty good shape, the trunk, so it's good. I guess we push through that area. There's a little bit, but I'm gonna leave that. Here it's like done, but there's a little bit left. Timber. Here for sure. Looks good. This is good. We did a bit here already. And we can move back up there and continue until we run out of fuel. The next time I can come here and can move base camp around a bit. Whoop. Slipping down out of rocks. But yeah, it's cloudy now. Very much nicer now. Very, very much nicer weather now. Of course, when you're just about to quit, then the sun goes out. Of course. Who could have guessed? Keeps blazing on. As soon as you're about to end, then yep, now we can have cold weather. Guess we should take base camp at this big pine. Then I know when I come I can see it from a distance. Where I should take break. I guess it might be a good spot. Yeah, which one to leave here? It's a nice pine and a nice spruce. Might even leave the pine there. Yeah, leave the pine, then we can leave that spruce, this pine, that birch. Oops. Started falling the wrong way. starting to sound like we don't have much fuel. Try to go back up here. Now this is all good here. Still got fuel. Lasts for quite a bit apparently. There's a big stump also. Double-sided cut. And here, yeah, and even push more here still. This one I'm debating here, this birch. Probably should go. It's pretty. This one, yeah, this one goes. Here's a good break place also, a little opening. We'll see where the fuel runs out. What's going on here? Those stumps and things in the way. Done quite a bit here. There's not, shouldn't be that much left at all. Maybe a couple of fuel tanks. Maybe 3. This spruce is kind of damaged, so I guess we cut that down and leave something else here. Now we're working around this. This is a good spot to finally finish for today. We did a bunch today. Yeah, you can do way more when it's like this. When it's like the jungle down there a couple of days ago. But yeah, I think we should have not much fuel left. And this is a very good spot here with the stump to leave. I'll take a break here, you can sit on the rock here. So I think we'll call it here. Call it a day. Take the horn and you can move the base camp over here. And then tomorrow it's not that far from the tractor here. To try to finish all this tomorrow. Might be able. We'll find that out tomorrow, I guess. How much battery? 28. Don't know about the camera battery. Hopefully there's a little bit left there too. A little bit of juice left. Base camp shouldn't be, it's a little bit this way. Shouldn't be too far away. Yeah, this is even easier to walk to when there's at 1,000,000 trees cut down. Now if this would just be 10 degrees cooler, then it would be perfect. Perfect weather for this. Now it's kind of a sauna every day. But yeah, it's not always that cool in Finland. Not only ice and snow. How much has it charged? Oh yeah, 35%. It's kept charging now. Nice. We'll just drink up the rest of the liquids. So we need to carry back as little as possible. Every last drop. Should put maybe this first. We got this, 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 this. All this should fit inside. Then we should still be able to close up the zippers, hopefully. Then here we can put the battery. Now there's definitely some horseflies, but thank God when you do the cutting you don't really realize that they're there. So it's a good thing that you have the hearing protection. Do we have the key still here? Yep. Let me put this here. But yeah, at this point it's gonna feel so good to go in a cold shower. I can put this back. Now we have enough cell phone for the rest of the day. But yeah, now for the rest of the day we got chat back. No, not any essential space, please. Right there. The clouds saved us a little bit. Hopefully, I don't know about the weather forecast tomorrow. Hopefully it's gonna look like more clouds and the same wind, because it was Very stinky today. Very warm. But yeah, let's move base camp to the other place. Then we'll start heading out, I guess. What is it now? Oh, 15:40. Full day, full day. Felt like we might have done like 4.5 tanks again. A little bit more than 4 tanks of gas, but now when I've done it a few days, now the body is used to it, so then I can do like relatively full day. In the beginning it's best to do a couple of like really short days. Now if I just eat like a dino later today, then it should be good to continue tomorrow. Definitely need to eat a bunch. I only had a banana and bread and something like that here today. Definitely burn a lot of calories with this type of job. Guess I can still refuel. And that's ready with fuel. But this fuel should be enough for another day. There's pressure even in the fuel tank. It's so warm. Yeah, now we're good to head out. I got my backpack. Now we can head. Tractor is that direction, so we can walk. Yeah, probably like this a little bit. Then it should be not through the worst stuff. Not through the worst of the worst. And this is a good base camp. Then we do again like up and there and back, up and there and back, maybe 2 or 3 times. Then it should be everything here. And then just head out. Should have everything, your phone, got the keys, got all the random stuff. This looks tricky here. It's very bouldery here, but I still think it's easiest to go this way. Just straight. Orienteering straight through the bushes. Slightly this way. Here it's probably easier to go a little bit here and then around the big rocks there, where there was so much stuff fell down. But yeah, at this big pine somewhere here, we got base camp, next base camp. Somewhere around there. Oh shit, we still went to the big rock. Well, this way it should be not too far, but this is gonna be... Yeah, I can't walk through this. Took a little bit not the best path. Here we should be able. Should be able to find a way through somewhere here. Yeah, in the sun it's like 30 degrees, so please, we need 3 more cool days. I think tomorrow might be good enough, and then might try to do the last bit. Not yesterday, but next week at some point. I'm pressing buttons again. But yeah, then next week we might try to finish things. There's 1 day here, and then a couple days here probably. But almost none of it should be that really tricky one. Then there's a shorter distance to walk out from here. Once we're here, we're pretty much max 50 meters away from road. The wind is the saving grace today. Otherwise it would have been absolutely horrible. So yeah, this is on the other side, this is the worst here, and this isn't even that bad, and then up the hill it should be even easier. There is a random tractor here. I guess we could try to drive away with the tractor. See a tractor. Yeah, this here looks pretty similar to what we did today. Not too bad here. Not too bad. This battery here. Try to find a key here somewhere. But yeah, holy, the horseflies are getting worse by the day, so luckily we only have, as I said, maybe 2 days here and 1 day there, so we don't need to be in the forest. If it's a really windy day like that, it's not too bad. But if there's gonna be like a non-windy day, then it's gonna be not that fun. Not that fun with the horseflies and things. This looks fun to drive. It's a good old tractor from the 70s. It's good enough to get me to the forest and away from the forest. It's not the farm's main tractor, but it works well for this. I only need like a little bit of stuff back here, so it works well enough for this. Makes it a little bit easier than walking away from here. When you've been walking around there in the forest the whole day, then it feels good to not walk another extra kilometer. A bit off-roading here in the beginning. Uphill. A little bit more speed. Back to off-road mode. But yeah, we're back. We are back. Probably call it a stream there, if it's still, the stream's still working. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, that's it. We got a bunch done today. I think one more day there, then we can come close to the like road. Then with the rest is like easier when it's like you don't need to walk that far in the forest to start working. But yeah, thanks for watching today. Thanks for the follows. And I will see you guys next time. Probably tomorrow. Peace out. Take care. Watch some football.
Chat keeps yapping about my life like it knows my every move, but it never stacked up birch pile high or pulled a stuck rig loose. Long field flat and frozen, breath hangs wide in the air. I got belly under blankets and diesel in my prayer. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Red Massey hums at sunrise, tracks through slush and clay. Spruce line holds the hillside where the saw sings half the day. Skis lean by the back door, waiting on a clear blue spell. I read the clouds like scripture, more than any manual. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, but the weather is the boss. Frost, flood, hail, thaw, I just dance to what I'm dealt. Oh yeah, you can tell me what I should do, but this land decides itself. Weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss, out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Great dawn bread, coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky, from the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high.